Good morning, everyone, and welcome to members of council, staff, and the public. For our meeting of Tuesday, January 7th, this is a special council meeting to debate and adopt our budget for 2025. Call the meeting to order. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none. Motion to accept the agenda. Deputy Mayor Williams.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Massey, that the Council of the Township of North Glengarry accepts the agenda of the special meeting of council on Tuesday, January 7th, 2025.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. And moving into closed session, Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Mayor. Move by myself, seconded by Councillor Cadell. That we proceed in closed session as this matter deals with personal matters about an unidentifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, as they may be discussed in closed session under sections 239(2)(b) of the Ontario Municipal Act.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? Motion is carried. Okay, Jacques, you can go get what you want to eat. sorry. Where is my motions? Sorry. everyone. To return to the regular meeting, Councillor Madden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Martin. Return to the regular meeting of council at 9:58. I'm going to say AM.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. None opposed. Okay, and take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning and welcome to the 2025 budget presentation. So we're going to start by highlighting the accomplishments for 2024, and we'll review the key assumptions and rationales that were considered when building the budget. We will move on to the budget overview and summary, followed by the 2025 funding sources. Finally, each department will present their 2025 operating, followed by their capital budget. Before starting, I would just like to mention that the actuals shown during the presentation are not complete, and there will be additional entries after the fact. There's just some invoices that have not been posted to the GLs, so though it may look like we're severely under budget for certain items, that's not the case, and staff have taken this into consideration when forming the budget. And everything will be up to date before we close the year for 2024. So the Township of North Glengarry had numerous accomplishments during 2024. I'll just highlight them briefly, and then each department can go further into detail on their accomplishments. So for administration, we worked towards digitizing files and implementing a digital filing system. The building department issued a total of 198 building permits, and they continued aggressively with their dog licensing program, issuing a total of 1,324 dog licenses. Meet Me on Main Street continued, and it was even expanded into additional hamlets, and it seemed to be a good success with the public. The pool at the Glengarry Memorial Hospital was reopened, and we've been able to offer several different programming there that the community has benefited from. In Public Works, gravel and the Roads Foundation program continued, and several culverts were replaced. We had 2 significant bridge replacements, and the Alexandria Bulk Water Fill Station was constructed. In fire, they continued with their training program, recruiting and ensuring firefighters were up to date with their certifications. While building the budget, certain assumptions and rationale were used. A full review of salaries took place, and the net adjustments are reflected as a 1.80% increase to the total salary budget. Unionized staff are governed by their collective agreement, and these increases were also taken into account. Insurance rates were increased by 4%, and the brokerage fee also increased, and there was no change to our cybersecurity premium. The CPP contributions rates have remained constant, whereas WSIB and EI contributions have actually decreased in 2025. So besides the tax base, there are 4 main funding sources that are considered when we're building the budget. So the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, the Canada Community Building Fund, and payments in lieu. So the township's allotment for OMPF has actually increased to $2.4 million, which is an increase of $245,000. OSIF has also increased by $97,000, bringing it to $743,000. And CCBF was confirmed at $331,000, which is very comparable to 2023. Our PILs will remain relatively stable in 2025 because the assessment freeze is still remaining. For revenue for PILs, we expect about $50,000. However, as council is aware, it's at the discretion of the corporations whether or not they pay that. And so in total for these sources, the township anticipates receiving $3.5 million from this. So as council is aware, North Glengarry is a lower tier municipality, and the municipal tax rate is only a portion of the total tax rate. Approximately 40% of that rate is municipal, 44% is from the upper tier, the United Counties of SD&G, and the remaining 16% is from the Education Board. So the proposed tax levy for 2025 is roughly $7.1 million. This is an increase of $285,000, represented by a 3.81% increase. A 2% increase was included for the water and wastewater rates, and the waterworks budget is completely provided for by the user rates. However, it is included in this presentation. As mentioned, property values remain frozen. However, we're expecting approximately $24,000 of additional tax dollars due to minor changes in assessment. So the estimated increase to the residential property class rate is 2.86%. However, this is an estimate pending the release and review of official figures from MPAC. As mentioned, after the projected increase, there would be an increase of $285,000 to the tax base. So this slide shows basically just the last few historical years of our actual values and then the proposed budget for 2025. I'd also like to note that the transfers from reserves have not been reflected. These will be coming back to council in another report as council needs to approve any transfers to or from reserves. So there are certain lines that might appear over, but once again, transfers from reserves have not been affected yet. And this table shows a snapshot of the 2025 proposed capital budget. So capital budget items are funded through various means, including long-term debt, grants, carry forward from unspent funds, as well as the tax base. The 2025 proposed budget is less than 2024 due to there being less carry forward. So we accomplished more of our projects in 2024. So there's less funds that we could carry forward. And we also have less items in 2025 financed through long-term debt. And that means that when we request capital projects, there's a larger impact on the tax base, so we had to reduce the budget here. So specifically in 2024, we had budgeted 7.7, and this year we're only requesting 5.6. And it's largely due to, if you look at 2024 under fleet, machinery, and equipment, we had a significant amount of that budget item funded through long-term debt. We purchased 2 tandem trucks last year, as well as a fire truck. So this does not have as much of an impact. So in 2025, we had to reduce this amount, which is why it looks like there's like a significant decrease. And by department, this chart just shows the rough breakdown. As typical, Public Works has the largest share at 59%, followed by Waterworks. I've included Waterworks here just to give a picture of the township as a whole, but the Waterworks capital budget does not affect the tax base. And the remaining departments have between 0.1% and 10%.
Is that building planning and fire?
You had to say it.
Yeah. You're kidding me.
They have a 0.18% share of our capital budget, and I'm sure Jacob will talk to that when he gets to his section. All right, so we'll be moving on to each department's presentation of their operating capital budget.
Any questions for Zoe? Do you want to ask about carry forward?
Oh, yes, thank you. Because I think the carry forward, I think we started doing that last year, is that correct?
We did, yes. So
And, yeah, and I'm still just a little confused about it in terms of where exactly those numbers come from, because all of a sudden they just kind of appear as a carry forward.
So you'll see that in the transfers to and from reserves. So it's projects that we funded through the tax base or that were funded from reserves that did not get accomplished in 2024. So because we still have that money available, it does not affect the tax base in the same way because we've already funded it. So basically at the end of the year, I'll bring you a report and it will show the money being put back into reserves and then we take it right back out.
Okay,
So realistically, it is just a transfer from reserves, but we've broken it out to show that we're putting it in and then taking it out, so it has a net zero effect on reserves in that sense.
okay, thank you, that makes sense to me. How did we used to do it then?
We would just show it coming straight from reserves. So it looked like we were taking more out of reserves than what we actually were because we're putting it in and then taking it right back.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's helpful.
Okay, good. All right.
All right, so we're starting with council and administration. So this department includes council, corporate services, the clerk's department, and the finance department. It also includes the other services, and this includes the crossing guards, ambulances, the conservation authority, and livestock. So I briefly mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, We work towards a digital filing system. We've also had a lot of changes in staffing this year, so we've been working with getting staff up to date and training them. Our next focus will be on cross-training. In terms of the budget, we've made adjustments to both salaries and benefits, and this is going to be a trend throughout all departments. We've reallocated based on the correct departments that salaries should be going into. Revenue was adjusted due to the increase from OMPF, and I also reviewed all of the PILs to ensure that the revenue we said we were getting was actually reflected by the actuals. You'll also note that there's an increase to the administration budget due to the addition of the communications line item. This is just a reallocation from the other departments. With the split from the economic development officer role to just a communications officer separately, we felt that this was a better way to pool all of the resources together to allow that individual to work with the money they have and put out the messaging across the whole township. We also reviewed the council budget and updated it to reflect actuals.
Okay, so we'll do a review from page by page of the actual budgets of each one of these. So we're starting on page 14, which is the council budget. Are there any questions or comments on that? Go ahead, Councillor Massey.
Yeah, so I saw that my expense account was cut quite drastically or readjusted or somehow. So last year, in the previous years, you always had an amount allocated of $5,000 or $6,000 each to, as council members, to attend conferences and stuff like that. I still say that we should, this council should limit to one conference a year per council member. I didn't attend to any last year, and then I got my budget.
At the
drastically-
beginning of we received an email
Yeah.
asking which conferences that we wanted to attend this year.
Okay.
And you did not respond to the email.
Okay, I thought it was just for good roads or.
No, it was for any, because she was
Okay,
putting the
yeah,
budget together.
That's fine, but I still say that we should be, council should be limited to, not everybody show up at all the conferences if they're desired to. I don't see the benefit to the taxpayers.
Okay.
If we increase $5,000 each and we're seven of us, that's 35,000 times three, that's $100,000 more than we need to spend actually. That we're never gonna see $100,000 in benefit per year to the taxpayer. I'm just saying, you know, we could chop off, put it now, I know the increases in the rooms and stuff like that, so maybe allocate $8,000 to each member and then maybe just make it, I know Nation Township always sent maybe just one or two representatives of the council, not the mayor and the deputy mayor, but so that not all, and I'm not sure that all the townships send all their crew up there, so I'm just making a remark there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, Zoe, but I do believe that the total of the 224 budget versus the total of the 225 budget for those line items, there's not a significant change. It was just a reallocation based on the actuals.
There is not, that's correct.
Okay, and just to your point, Councillor, and that's fine, everybody's entitled to their opinion on that. I think they're valuable, only for the fact that, especially this year, when we're trying to get money for our wastewater and being seen up there, it's also good for council morale. There's several factors involved, just talking with other municipalities and what happens, and then obviously there's the education portion of it. So I see a value in it, and if this is up to council on what they, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. I know that some municipalities do limit the conferences that that councillors can go to, but the networking opportunities are invaluable. It's important to know your neighbors. It's important to know what's going on in your neighboring municipalities, to share best practices, and the education portion. That's the only opportunity we get to lobby the provincial government face to face. It has made differences for us in the past in terms of accomplishing, added funding to various programs and various different projects. So I see a real value in them, and I think our municipality would be at a disadvantage if we didn't have council members participating in them.
Any other members want to speak to this? Go ahead.
Well, as a new counselor, I find a benefit to going to these, and like you say, networking, not just with local SDNGs, but you get to see what's happening in other parts of Ontario, north and south, and like, they have similar problems, and some of them have problems that we're never gonna see. But, it's, I think it's a good benefit. to
Okay,
try to-
is there any, other than Councillor Massey, anybody else willing to, wanting to drop that budget? Okay, seeing none. Any other questions or comments on the council budget? Okay, moving on to page 17, which is the administration budget. That is, we have revenue, and we have, right through to page 19, 20. Questions? Well, 20 is just revenue, so unless anybody has any questions on revenue. 17, sorry. And then expenses in the administration department, page 18. Any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just noted something on here that interested me, caught my interest. Election costs, line 3600. There's about $2,000 in election costs this year.
Last year.
Or last year, yeah. What that would be.
Go ahead.
So we had to pay in advance for some of the software that we'll be using in the 2026 election, and we have the reserve set aside for that, so
Yeah.
there'll be a transfer.
Just be transferred.
Yeah,
Thank
in
you.
fact, the province is taking over, we still have to buy the software.
Yes, sorry, go ahead, Barry.
One a couple I have marked here, insurance. The actuals for last year was 475, and we're budgeting 86. I don't know if something happened there.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so once again, that's just a journal entry that needs to be completed. We've taken into account the increase from what the insurance company has provided us, and we've reallocated. So the administration portion you'll see that line item in each budget. It'll be split up.
It definitely didn't go down, Gary.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor.
The first line, 1010. I'm just curious what happened with the 2022 actuals compared to the 2024 actuals.
I would have to look into that and get back to you, Deputy Mayor. I'm not positive off the top of my head why that number would be significantly lower, but I can definitely look into it and send you an update.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Massey.
Line 2131, the computer website hosting.
If we jog that down to closer to reality to 90,000, would that?
There might be probably a reason for it going up. Go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. We're implementing a new payroll system, and it was supposed to be implemented in 2024, and we have not implemented yet. The increase is due to that system. We know it's
Okay.
coming, and we want to make sure that it's adequately budgeted for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on these pages? Anybody? 10-year capital on page 19. Go ahead, Councilor Madden.
Just to clarify, it's already been said, but I think, I'm sorry, I'm going to communications on expenses. I'm getting ahead of you a little bit. But that 22 that's all together is everybody's being pulled together, right? Which is
James,
why
right. Not every department agreed to it. We're trying it this way. However, Public Works agreed to it, and we took the majority from Economic Development because that's where it was previously. So it's not an addition. It's, if anything, we've actually decreased the total advertising budget throughout all the departments. It's just a reallocation.
Good, thank you.
And was it taken into account, the fact that we do have a new newspaper, so that's been taken into account? Okay, thank you. Any further questions on that page? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I see that under the other services budget, that the crossing guard wages have increased significantly from 5,860 all the way up to 8,533.
So minimum wage increased at the end of 2024 in October, and that was not included in the 2024 budget. So we increased it in the 2025 budget.
And they're just paid minimum wage?
He is just, yes.
He is, okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We can call him and see if we can get him down. Okay, any further questions on that page? Seeing none, then we have good old livestock evaluator and livestock expenses. Any questions? Assuming not. Okay, building, planning, and bylaw.
Good.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was told that the time allocated for a presentation has to be relative to the percentage of the budget, so this will be very brief. 30 seconds. No, more seriously, our department, as you know, deals with building, bylaw, septic systems, animal control, and planning. There are very minimal changes in our budget. The biggest changes, as the treasurer mentioned, deals with salary reallocation. So with one of our admin assistant that left, we kind of took the other one, we split it into three
You okay,
departments.
Jenna?
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Water went down the wrong hole.
Good, okay. And with also Michelle being contracted now, are you good? Okay. Instead of full-time, so those are the major changes, but besides that, everything else stayed the same. So in building, as you know, as I wrote in the overview there, the biggest challenges will be to deal with the new building code that came out. There are no costs associated with that, really. It's really just it changes within the building code, mostly changes that deals with larger buildings, farm buildings, stuff like that. For North Glengarry, the changes are very minimal, like for residential. There are some changes, I'm not saying there are none, but like cost-wise, it's really just, like when we review our plans and stuff like that, we have to actually explain it to people. The building department deals, like we're very close to the people that come in to apply for building permits, so we do explain to them what the changes are before, so there are no surprises for members of the public. So even though we didn't, I know some, like especially in Ottawa and Cornwall, they made some big presentation to explain to contractors and stuff, but we do that, but just really with the people that are involved in those changes. So yeah, other than that, for building, for the building department, you'll see a little bit of a decrease in building permits. It's just like there's no reason to explain that. It's really just the way it goes. We are, like, January is always a bit slow, but we are getting a lot of calls for like building applications and stuff like that. So it should be very similar to the years before. And even though, sorry, we have less permits, you'll see our inspections are going up. So our permits are like, some of them we have like bigger permits, bigger projects, so we do more inspections. And with Michelle also, like we do a lot of inspections, like we meet a lot of people on site, and it seems to be going good in that sense. We're very proactive for inspections, so that's good. That's why there's a lot of inspections, even though there's less permits. So, bylaw, you'll see there, we have some capital budget for bylaw. We are planning to move our dog kennel into the old rare building, which is why we have some money for that. Besides that, bylaw is also very, like we're dealing with what comes in on the day-to-day basis. As you know, dog complaints are the most, the biggest challenge that we have for bylaw. We also get some, like for clean yards and stuff like that. In the winter, it's always a little bit slower with complaints because there's snow covering everything, so no one sees anything, which is good. But we do parking, so we're not, as you'll see in the budget, we have issued less fines with parking. So it's probably due to the fact that we're notifying people instead of directly fining them. It seems to be working well because we're not getting so many complaints for parking. We have the AMPS bylaw too for fines, which is working really well. And as council knows, we're not super strong on fines because we do not want to spend our day in courts defending our fines. So when we do issue a fine, the person knows they're guilty, they have to pay it. So we don't issue fines for just for fun. Septic systems, again, this is more of a, like when people come in with their building permit application, so money in, money out. We have a super good septic inspector, so that's working really well.
Is there any chance we can cut that?
Well, we can discuss that just
Okay.
between. Animal control, I discussed it pretty much in bylaw. And planning, again, this one for our overview for 2025. This is probably the only one that will see some costs involved with that. As you know, the official plan was approved. North Glengarry saw some changes, mostly from ag and rural, so it's good changes for North Glengarry, but now we have to update our zoning bylaw to reflect those changes from the official plan. So you'll see in the budget some money allocated for consulting fees. These fees will mostly be for the counties, because with Peter Young, they're gonna help us a lot with like the public meetings and all these, the schedules and stuff like that. So the costs are mostly due to that. And yeah, no, besides that, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple questions. I'm just looking, you look at the planning department and, we have $58,000 of expenses, $60,000 of revenue, so basically pays for itself. And the building department, we have 226 in revenue, 308, so we're paying out 82. Rather than doing a big, like on fees, do we update those regularly?
Not really, no. We're still, like, we do review them every year, but we don't do an extensive building permit review. Maybe it's something we should do. It's hard. We don't issue a lot of building permits, so we don't want to hit, like, because mostly here it's residential, right? So if you want to see an increase in building permit income, we have to increase residential. So it's like homes are getting, like, everything's more expensive. So
Yeah.
getting people with a more expensive building permit, I don't, we could review it. The cost per square feet of the building permit, we're not that off with neighboring townships. When people come here and they get a building permit, usually they're happy because it costs them less, because there's no development charge, there's no, like, stuff like that. Like when someone builds out in the country, they pay their permit, their septic permit, and they're good. So it's not that expensive for them. Our permits are not so high, but we're not that off with square footage, though.
Okay.
We could look into that, though.
Second question is just, so I noticed that we're now gonna have, be getting revenue every year from permits that they did not come back in, and so we're getting that money. Is that like $10,000 a year?
Yeah, it's a little bit more than that even. I think the first year we done it was last year, the year before, and it was close to 25,000 that we came in. So this is, yeah, it kicks in like 4 years after if you didn't close your permit. It's a really good incentive for people to close their permit, but it's not good in the fact that it doesn't, like, what we want is for people to close their permit. We don't want to take their money, so if they let it lapse, they
Yeah.
still don't close their permit, so they should close their permit anyway, but anyway, at least we get some money from that, yeah. But, yeah, between $15,000 and $25,000 a year. Right.
Okay, thank you. So we are on page 28. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking at the bylaw enforcement, the number of property standards, complaints in general, and building and planning issues. I know that Todd looks after all of that, right? No?
Yes, Todd will look, the property standards issue will be me and Todd, but yeah, mostly, yeah.
Anyway, I see that complaints are up. I'm just wondering, because I know that complaints and property standards, clean yards bylaws, nuisance, all of that kind of stuff is important, and I'm just wondering, I know that Todd is currently, spending a lot of time with the dog kennel issue, because every person and their dog has a dog, right, these days? And I know a lot of them are running around outside and all the rest of it, and so it's a big job, and I'm just wondering if that job is taking up so much of his time that he's not managing to focus on the other aspects of bylaw, which are really important, and hence could be an explanation of the added number of complaints. Is that a possibility? I'm just looking at it in terms of, whether or not it's compromising the other part of his job.
I don't think so. I personally
Okay.
don't think so.
Okay.
The amount of complaints, the number of complaints that you see here are mostly dealt with. So it's like, it's not something that it's because we did not respond to something that people are complaining. It's
Okay.
really just like Todd will get a complaint,
Yeah.
and he'll deal with it. So most of these complaints are being resolved in a matter of days. It's really,
Okay.
like, most of the time, Todd just has to go and explain to the person this, and that, and the problem gets resolved most of the time. I do agree with you that dog is a lot of work for Todd. It takes up a lot of his time. Up to now, I don't see it as a major issue with other bylaws. Like, he deals with everything. Is like I said, like, in the winter, there's dogs and parking. That's it. In the summer, there's less parking issues. There's other stuff. So we're checking into that. Like, we've discussed that at another
Yeah.
meeting too, where we're trying to maybe work with the neighboring township for kennel and to borrow their person that works like 24/7. So we'll definitely check into that. I don't see it as a major issue for now, though. It's working really well, and it does save us a lot of money that way, yes.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Kidall.
Just, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as a comment from someone who required Todd's services, the Legion building, and there were several issues recently, and the response was excellent. And everything was resolved, and all good there.
Thank you.
Fortunately, you said show up or I'll fire you, but whatever. It's,
If it worked.
yeah, if it works, yeah. Okay, further questions or comments? Okay, so we'll move on to bylaw department expenses and septic systems and animal control. Questions or comments on page 29? Page 30. If anybody needs me to slow down, just. Page 31.
Super well done.
Super well done. I'm just trying to find, where is the clothing allowance? There it is.
There's still some invoices that needs to be put into that.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
On page 30, the capital, where is that? under, building bylaw and planning capital. So just further to the conversation we just had, Jacob, the 10,000 for a dog pound installation. Now, if it turns out that you do end up making an equitable arrangement with a neighboring municipality, is it possibly premature to be spending $10,000 on a kennel?
Yes and no, and the fact that we will still want to have a kennel here because it's easy, like it's right there. And a lot of dogs, when they come in, they go out quickly. So the other township is a little bit farther. So I don't know if we're gonna spend the full $10,000. This would just be like for a few walls and some cages and stuff like that. So maybe not 10,000. Maybe it is premature, but we still want to have some kind of kennel here in the house, even though we make the agreement with the neighboring township, which would basically just be for like evenings and weekends or for when Todd's on vacation. But yeah, definitely still need that.
It's amazing on Facebook when the township puts up a post about a lost dog. There's like 200 shares, and a lost adult gets about 20 shares, but a dog. Go ahead, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Mr. On page 31, for the consulting fees, we had 10,000 the last few budgets, and I see that we used a little bit last year and more the year before. Could we not skim that down and just maybe?
That's what he was discussing before about
The
counties.
bylaw.
That's for, I don't know if it's gonna cost that, but we will use a little bit more than last year because of the zoning bylaw stuff. We'll use the counties a little bit more.
Okay, everyone good with that budget? We reserve the right to come back to you.
Oh, okay, excellent. Thank you.
Okay, before we get into this budget, does anybody need to take a break? Take a 10-minute break, and everybody gather your thoughts, because I know the questions I've been getting about this budget are crazy. Okay, 10 Welcome back, everyone, and we'll move right into the Community Services Department. And welcome, Stephanie, to your first budget.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So the Community Services Department budget contains 3 separate budgets. The first one being for the Community Services Department. So I'll begin by providing a bit of an overview of what this budget pertains to. So this portion of the budget funds various municipal activities and events and initiatives, including Canada Day celebrations, our Business and Community Awards Gala, the Meet Me on Main Street events, as well as various Christmas activities and parades. Council has also been supportive of our municipal recreation associations, which is also funded under this budget, in addition to other contributions to community events and initiatives such as the Glengarry Highland Games, the Glengarry Pioneer Museum, to name a few. So looking back at some of the initiatives that took place in 2024, we did see through the municipal recreation associations, we did have some successes with the Apple Hill Community Center receiving a new generator to enhance accessibility and being able to open and operate during an emergency. We also saw some of our other municipal recreation associations successfully purchase new sporting equipment and complete general repairs and building upgrades as part of their funding received for 2024. This budget also contains funding to support our community grants program, and so since its inception in 2009, there's been a total of 150 projects that have been approved for a total fund distribution of $407,000, or a little bit over $407,000. So we continue to see great success with the funding allocated through this budget. In 2025, we hope to continue to support our volunteer organizations in their activities with our municipal recreation associations and various community groups that benefit from these programs. In terms of the actual budget itself, there's no significant changes in terms of what's being asked in 2025 from what was asked in 2024. You will note one capital project at the Maxville Library, which is to support an indoor lighting replacement project. The current lighting is end of life and will not, cannot be repaired based on the current lighting that was installed. So that project is captured within your packages. And then in addition, our municipal recreation associations, the standard $63,500 is reflected to support their various initiatives, as well as a carry forward amount of $35,000 to support the Dalkeith Ice Rink project. So that is a quick summary of the Community Services Department portion. As we move into a summary of the economic.
I'll just stop it. May as well, just because we did it that way. Do we want to deal with the Community Services budget right now, which is on page 34 and 35? Are there any questions or comments on that? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, so I'm looking at the capital for the municipal recreation associations. And the 98.5 now, that's a standard number that we always do every year, is that correct? So this isn't any different, okay. The 35 carryover, that's money that wasn't spent on the rink last year, is that correct?
Correct. So they're looking to continue to build and grow that fund to support the ice rink project.
The rest of it comes out of the tax base, I see here. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that the 98.5 was a standard number. Thanks.
Yeah, they haven't changed their numbers in operating or capital in years. It always just kind of goes along that same line, and even since I started, so. Okay, any further questions or comments on those pages? Seeing none, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So now looking at the Economic Development Department. So our Economic Development Officer works closely with our local business community to support business retention, expansion, and new development within North Glengarry. It also supports some of our committees, including the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Committee and our Community Development Committee. So looking back at 2024, Our economic development officer was heavily involved in closing 4 community improvement plan grant applications and opened 3 new ones. They are also currently working with local businesses to support initiating applications for the Regional Incentives Program grants that also are captured within this budget. The Economic Development Department is active in the Meet Me on Main Street events as well, and looks to connect with our rural hamlets to support gauging these areas of North Glengarry as well in these types of events. We look forward to continuing them within 2025. The Economic Development Department was also involved in a number of job fairs and initiatives outside of North Glengarry to help promote the community and draw new businesses and potential workers to the area as well. In 2024, there were 6 additional heritage properties that were designated to the Heritage Registry. And in addition, through capital funding in 2024, we were able to upgrade our North Glengarry website, which was rolled out at the end of the year. For 2025, some of the goals that we look to accomplish include updating our economic development strategic plan for North Glengarry, which will involve data analysis and a public consultation piece to ensure it aligns with the goals of the township and the SD&G official plan. In addition, we are looking to develop a welcome guide for new residents and businesses that will contain important information and help identify local resources within the area. So looking at the actual economic development budget, there are no capital requests for this budget and no significant changes to report on what's being asked for 2025 other than, as the Director of Finance noted, a reallocation of advertising expenses to the administration budget.
Okay, thank you. So page 38 and 39. My question, where does the Meet Me on Main Street come out of? What budget? Because I don't see it.
We need the Jeopardy music.
Well, but
There's nothing there.
there's nothing there.
There's no money in it, yeah, there's no.
We'll have to.
Well, was there nothing was removed from 2024 and there should have been a budget for 2024?
Is it somewhere else? No.
They'll have to look into that.
Okay, well, we'll just, any questions from this budget? We'll move on and
Yeah.
Zoe can, I mean, obviously, we're gonna have to put the budget up. Okay,
I'm
go.
just looking at special events, what would that budget be on page 34?
But there was nothing in there, it was only $76 last year.
Oh, I'm looking at special events at 14,000 last year. and
Where are you looking at
Oh.
special events?
Page 34, line 1900, 8004.
$12,500 budgeted there.
Would that be for that? I don't know if that's.
Yeah,
Special events, it might be.
I believe so.
that is,
Yeah.
so 12,500? Okay,
Where's that?
on page 34.
And expenses for community development,
Yeah, it's,
3 from the bottom of that.
yeah,
Free up from the.
8004. Okay, solve that mystery. Any questions on economic development? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
With regards to the community improvement plan, it says in your report that the number of projects that could be accomplished was limited by the amount that went in the, that was in the CIP, because we reduced it several years ago from, I think we had it up around 65,000. 60? And we've reduced it to 30, and I'm just wondering if it's worth having the conversation. I mean, that program, when it was at its heyday, did incredible things for some of our downtowns in North Glengarry, and I know that, you know, it has waned over the last number of years, but it is still the best incentive program that we've got going. And I think if we've got applicants who would like to apply for the program but can't because we don't have a big enough budget for it, I think that's a real loss for us. Now, I know you haven't had, time to really kind of assess it yourself, being in the role, but I'd like us to consider increasing that number a little bit. I don't know how much, but I think it would be worthwhile.
Is that what you were going to comment on, Jeff? No. Okay. Go ahead.
I thank you, Deputy Mayor Williams. I completely acknowledge the fact that, and I agree, I haven't had enough time since being new to the role to really absorb what opportunities exist within the grant funding or the program as it exists now. I would like to really take the next year to have a deeper dive into it and see, are there other ways that we can target new businesses and do a greater analysis of maybe changes that have happened within the community to maybe make the program more attractive to new businesses coming in. While I'm certainly not opposed to seeing more money go towards supporting our local businesses, I just want to acknowledge that I would really like to do a greater analysis of the program this year to see where those opportunities lie.
Thank you. Yeah, well, obviously it was oversubscribed already at 36,492. I would like to propose adding $10,000 to that line item and make it 40,000. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Okay. Councilor Massey?
Yeah, I believe, I think you would remember, Carmel, when we started this program, it was like not a pilot, but it was just a 5-year running thing that we did back in the day. And it was supposed to last for 5 years, not 10 years now that we're into. And I think we should maybe I think there might be some in-kind in there that, I don't know if that's possible, that that's why it was oversubscribed or something. But since we started that program, we initiated a whole bunch of programs like economic developer position. We have a lot of stuff, economic development stuff that we added to our township that we didn't have back when we had the CIP. I think you would remember that. And I think we should go by a year. Like I would, after this year, if we feel that we do need a $10,000 input or $20,000, that there's demand for it, I would go for that. But since the demand is around the 30,000, I think I prefer to leave it at 30,000.
Are there any comments on this issue? So go ahead, Councilor Cadell.
I have to agree with Jacques that, where we started, we were improving Main Street and in the main towns or residential centers. And then we started going down side streets and, off track. And I would question the benefits of going beyond the 30,000 at this point. If there, it was improving main streets and now it's gone off in all kinds of directions. And I think 30,000 is still good.
Okay, Councilor Manley?
Well, just on that, I don't think it's gone off the rails in any way. What's gone up is the heritage buildings, right? We've added heritage buildings to the CIP and incentivized them a little bit more. Council approved that, and so we may see some increased people and maybe people that own heritage buildings looking for additional funding for improving their heritage buildings.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Madden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To both your points about improving Main Street, we haven't even started the Main Street project yet. I think the demand on this will pick up in the future when that actually happens because there's going to be a vast change in Alexandria. I'm good with it at 30 this year just to see what the interest is from the heritage properties. If we need more next year, we can look at that. I'm thinking we're pretty close on everything right now. I'm gonna say let's see how the demand is this year. If we need to throw some more into it next year, we can look at that. I'd also say going forward, if we have anything that is not used, if it is undersubscribed, perhaps we consider putting that into a reserve for this particular line, so that when the Main Street project comes along in Alexandria, we don't have to go back and throw a bunch more money at it because of the demand that I think will be there. And that way, if we have that reserve, and we have a year where it's, the demand is higher than what we're budgeting, and it hasn't been the last year, then we've got a little bit of an offset there.
Okay, so it sounds like I have 3 in favor of staying at the same. Staying at the,
I'm in favor of
staying at the same? Okay, so 4-3. Okay, any other, you had a comment, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a comment about the welcome guide, that I think that's a great idea for local businesses and new residents coming into North Glengarry. We really don't have anything that's, that does that or whatever, and I think that will be a welcome addition to North Glengarry for sure.
I just, putting on my other hat as a real estate agent, I find very often, I get lots of texts and emails from clients that have moved into the area. How do I do this? How do I get this? How do I go to, hey, what restaurants are good? I think a guide would be really, I know real estate agents would love it, not because we want to cut down on the amount of texts that we get or calls, but that I think people want that information, and they would be, so I agree, Jeff, for sure. Go ahead.
Are we thinking about a printed something? Or are we thinking about like an extension to the website that we could update regularly?
I think we're in the early stages of the planning for what the final guide will look like. However, I think there's probably value in a bit of a hybrid model where with the new website, there may be an opportunity to make an interactive version of the guide online. But I think there still may be some value and some residents within the community who may appreciate having a hard copy that they can pick up and reference. So yet to be determined, but I would imagine likely a hybrid model of both.
And I'd say just a thought going into this. We've got, I think, numerous examples of printed materials where we go, oh, well, we'll print that because the cost is a little bit less, but then we end up with these boxes that become obsolete. So even if, we're paying a little bit more per, and we're not printing more than we can actually use in a year, because the number of businesses that may switch over in a year and the information that's going to have to be updated, we need to be very aware of that. And that's, the electronic model, yes, it's going to appeal to some people and would be a little bit easier to maintain, but we can talk about that more later.
No, definitely, valid point.
Okay. Any further questions on that part of the budget? Seeing none, we'll continue on into recreation.
Thank you. So looking at the Recreation Department, as you know, the Township of North Glengarry has a number of facilities that it's responsible for, including at Island Park. We also have the Maxwell District Sports Complex. We have the Glengarry Sports Palace, as well as the Tim Hortons Dome. So one of our exciting 2024 accomplishments was in partnership with the Glengarry Memorial Hospital, we were able to reopen the pool, which had been closed to the public since 2019. So that's been a great success for the community and well utilized. So what we've done is we will be looking at the use of the pool during 2024 to really do an analysis and see what are the opportunities that exist with the pool. One of our wins for 2025 is we're slowly starting to look at daytime during the week programming. So we want to continue to expand that and look at our offerings for the community to make sure that we're able to really give solid access to the pool now that it's an available resource for us. At Island Park, we saw an increase in the number of bookings at the Sandfield Center from the last year. We also had some extensive repairs done at the splash pad, which will assist with its life expectancy and longevity. The Tim Hortons Dome also continues to be well used by the community. We offer a wide array of programming, including volleyball, running program, various soccer clinics, well used by the local soccer community as well. In addition, we saw some repairs to the tennis court in the Dome in 2024, which has been a success. In Maxwell, we saw a lot of upgrades to that facility in 2024, including painting enhancements to the exterior. And as council is aware, there was a purchase of a new ice resurfacer in 2024, which has arrived at the facility. So we'll be looking at training staff in the early part of the new year on the use of that new machine. But that, of course, is captured as part of the long-term debt that was mentioned by Zoe at the beginning of the presentation. Council is also aware of the engineering plans that were completed in 2024 with respect to the assessment of the slab and dasher board replacement at the Maxville Arena. So that is something that you'll find captured within the capital budget as part of the Recreation Department. As you know, there was a grant that was applied for to support this project. As we await the results of that grant, $130,000 has been put as part of a reserve to support this project when it comes into fruition. In addition, we did see some enhancements to the parking lot at the Maxville Sports Complex in partnership with the Public Works Department, where the parking lot was resurfaced and lines were painted, as well as the addition of new accessible parking spaces. At the Glengarry Sports Palace, we did see the installation of new protective netting within the arena, which will help kind of protect the scoreboard and the infrastructure. As well as the installation of a new generator, which will assist with keeping that facility for use as a shelter in the event of a power outage in the community. We also saw a healthy increase in the number of bookings at the Michel de Prado Hall above the arena. So we want to continue to see good use of the bookings and the rentals for all of our facilities across North Glengarry as we go into 2025. Some of our goals for 2025 within the Recreation Department is we'll continue to look to finalize the Parks and Recreation Action Plan to look to prioritize what infrastructure and projects that council will need to prioritize as we move into the coming years. Some of the challenges that the department continues to face is the cost of repairs and equipment. Obviously, some of these facilities are aging. And so the cost associated to keeping them up to date and repairing the equipment is always costly. But nonetheless, as we look to finalize the Parks and Recreation Action Plan, this will help hopefully identify what our priorities need to be as we go into the coming years. So the budget, again, is, in terms of major changes, we can see that there's been a reallocation of wages, as the Director of Finance spoke about at the beginning of the presentation. This is primarily due to the collective bargaining that took place earlier this year. We also saw some minor increases to the costs associated to our booking software, which is well utilized to support the volume of bookings that we receive at each of our facilities. And we also did see some programming costs, and this is to support various programming, such as paying the instructors for yoga programming and for referees for volleyball and that sort of thing that we've really looked to enhance and increase over the last year. In terms of capital projects, you'll find under the Maxville Sports Complex, there is $10,000 being requested to carry forward as part of the Main Street sign project. Council will recall this was included as part of the budget last year. So no changes here. The project unfortunately was not able to complete in 2024, but will be back underway in 2025 in consultation with the other partners who were involved in that project. And as noted previously, the cement slab replacement project, there's $130,000 being requested as part of a reserve pending the grant funding approval. Other capital projects within this budget, you'll also note that at Island Park, we are requesting $10,000 to support the purchase of a number of folding picnic tables. This is to assist us with the setup and when we have events such as the Meet Me on Main Street events, having access to picnic tables that can easily be stored, folded, and set up to support these events. Also easier to clean, moving to more of a durable plastic type of material, which in addition to events such as Meet Me on Main Street could also be used for various events at Island Park as an example throughout the course of the summer. So I believe in terms of major changes in capital projects, that's, I believe I captured everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll start on, on page 42 and 43, which is the Maxville Arena budget, and into 44. So questions or comments on those pages? Go ahead, Councillor Martin.
Just looking at the sports field expenses, the GSL was supposed to be sending $50 per registration for Maxville soccer to township for sports field expenses. I don't know if we received that or not. So we'll have to look into whether, like, we had over 300 registrations in Maxville, so it'd be close to $4,500
I am, being new to the role, I am still familiarizing myself with what those arrangements are. So while I don't have any information for this meeting today, Councillor Martin, I do plan to meet with the GSL in the new year and have that conversation to determine what arrangements are in place and how we can plan moving forward.
Yeah, because I don't see anything in the revenues for that, so. Okay, further questions or comments? Deputy Mayor.
So I'm on page 44 here, I think.
44?
I think, yes, I'm on page 44 at the Capitol.
Sure.
I'm looking at the Capitol for the Maxwell Sports Complex. First of all, the street sign, yeah, I know that Anne Leduc had been talking about that for some years. I just want, just to make sure that whatever the design is going to be of it, that proposal comes to council. Because there's some hideous signs out there. And it'll probably be a big sign, I would think. And so just want to make sure that it's...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that was a project that we're doing in concert with
Yeah.
the KAS and other organizations.
Mhm.
And Stephanie and I are meeting with the Maxville group, I think at the end of January. It's going to be a topic. It sort of fell off last summer. There was a discussion about the design and everything. So certainly that will come back to council, but we're going to talk about it at that meeting. Councillor Martin's there as well, just to make sure that the project doesn't fall off as well. I know we're interested in doing it, so that's why we put it back on the budget for this
Yeah,
year.
I mean, I think it's a great project.
Yeah.
It needs to be, that sign needs to go, for sure. But there are all kinds of complexities with regards to digital, like, we've dealt with it at the county council table, where digital signs can be, although the intention is good, can be very problematic, and so we need to make sure we get this right, because it's right on the main street in Maxville, and so I'm
Yeah.
just pointing that out. If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm just looking at the replacement of the cement slab and all of that overall project, Stephanie, and so the 130,000, that will be going into a reserve, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then the 3 consecutive years, 26, 27, and 28, those are all amounts that will also be going into reserve?
My understanding is yes.
Yes? And then in theory, if we're successful on that grant that was applied for, will that be enough between those to fund this project 100%?
No, there would still be an amount outstanding. When the previous Director of Community Services had brought the original grant application forward, she had discussed that this was the best way to begin financing. However, at the end, even after 3-4 years of setting aside funds, we will not have it paid 100% with the grant.
Okay. I'm just wondering, like, we don't want this project to drag on, like, even that makes it look like the project wouldn't even start until the very earliest in 2029.
No, it would have to
No?
start ahead of that anyway.
It would start ahead of that?
Yeah,
If the grant goes through, we have to have it
yeah, I think we
by a
have,
certain amount. I think 26 is what the plan is, if everything.
yeah, I
goes
think.
Oh, is it? Okay, I didn't know that, okay.
And I think just to go back, I think there's been a discussion, I was just talking to, I think we were talking about this yesterday, just about going back and looking at that project overall. And just like we had to do with the Glengarry
GSP.
Sports Palaces, we had to pick and choose some things and remove them, and that might be the case. And we talked about the seats, maybe it's refurbishing the seats as opposed to putting in new seating. And I think just to give Stephanie and Sarah and Zoe a chance to have a look at that and maybe come back to us with some other options on it, just so that we don't get caught like we did, the last time, where it was like, holy geez, we were really short, and then we had to, we cut out this,
Yeah.
cut out that, and I still think the project went well, even though we cut some things out. So I think there's an opportunity there for that
Okay,
as well.
so this needs to be looked at some more then,
Because
obviously.
I think the
Okay.
main part of that is to get the ice surface
Yeah,
it's close to that 50-year mark and get that taken care of. That
Yeah, the rest of it is just, yeah. we can
Cosmetic.
do it as-
Okay.
And we don't have the grant yet. We don't.
No, when are we hearing about the grant?
We haven't heard anything yet.
Was it Trillium?
No.
No.
No, it was another,
Ann was thinking it'd be spring.
Spring. Okay, so I guess my question is 130,000 enough? Should we be putting more in order to be able to facilitate this project? I'm just throwing it out there.
Looking around, go ahead.
I think we should, I know we eventually will, but if we don't, what happens if we don't get the grant, then it's another complete set of balls like that we need to deal with. I think 130 is, but my question is, taking 130 from the tax base, isn't there any room anywhere in the reserves that we can take that money from?
So because we're putting it back into the reserves, we're going to be using whatever is in the reserves already to fund this project as well. So we can't take from the reserves because we already require that capital for this.
Oh, okay, so you can't take in the reserve to put it back in, okay, sorry.
We could, but it wouldn't financially help us in this situation.
Yeah, and I know when I was on, just to your point, Jamie, when I was on the committee of the Maxville Manor, there was a big number, and then they managed, the engineers and everybody managed to make it work with a lower number, and I think, I know it's.
We'll be doing the same thing.
Yeah, so.
I think you give the big shiny, new arena, and then we have to come back
Yeah,
to
which
reality a
sometimes
little
it
bit.
comes down to, like, I know here it was dressing rooms at $400,000, which.
Dressing rooms, the bathrooms upstairs.
So, yeah, I think it's prudent at 130, and then we can put more later, I
But
think.
I think there was also funds left over from when they put in the planning stage. There was a few thousand, like, there was some money left that we had committed that it would go into that project if needed, so. I don't know how much it was, but it was substantial, so.
Yeah.
I think that's why the number is a little.
2024 was $200,000 for engineering.
Yeah, but it didn't cost that. I think there was some, that we got back, so.
Okay, so are we, just around the table, is everyone good at leaving it at 130? Not increasing? Okay. Any other questions on Maxwell Complex? Go ahead.
I just have one in general, and I don't need the answer right now. I'm curious about the booking software, because it's been split over all the facilities, and I'm just curious if I'm right about the expense of this every year. I've got it about $8,600. Is that
Probably pretty close.
about right? Okay. Good, thanks.
Anything else? Okay. Island Park, page 45. Go ahead.
Just wonder why Centennial Park and King George Park come under that budget.
Yeah,
This was how it was historically. I have been looking into cleaning up the GLs. It's likely that at one point in time it was part of this budget and then it's been moved. There's really no reason.
I guess at some point maybe we'll just move it over to Maxwell Sports Complex or something, I don't, somewhere else. Yeah, $500 on King George Park. Oh, sorry, Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it's not on the budget, but just, we had talked before a little bit about a possibility of looking at a portable stage
Yeah,
for our Meet Me on Main Street. And I think that's something that we really need to, and I know it's not in the budget, and I know, but whatever, I think we need to somehow, hopefully, maybe we can find a funding opportunity that we can purchase a portable stage, because for our Meet Me on Main Streets or whatever, your hay wagon's great, Jake, but
it's not that good.
just, I mean, to
It's
climb up,
free.
that you have to climb up on bales to get up there or whatever. Yeah, it's a
If I
little.
would be paid for rent, that maybe it'd be better.
Well, I've got a line, but I'll leave it there. Yeah, we need to go in camera.
Anyway, just to put it on the table or whatever, that,
Well, that's a good point. I mean, you know, and again, I want everyone to think, we're at, what, 3.71? 3.81. There's a little bit of movement there if we, you know, this is if you look around the counties, we're probably gonna be the lowest, coming in at the lowest amount, one of the lowest amounts. So there might be a little bit of room, to Deputy Mayor's point, I thought maybe we up that money in the Maxville Arena Reserve, or, something like this that you just brought up is something that we've talked about that we may really need. So maybe it's time to maybe put a little bit of money into reserves to start, so that we're not, and then looking for a program for that through maybe Trillium or something in the future. But that's something, I'm just throwing that out there. Go ahead.
Like a flatbed trailer would be perfect, that the township could move around as
Right.
need be. And then to your point, I think, yeah, if we're at 3.81 and then we needed to go to 4.0, and then have that $25,000 put aside for a movable stage, I think that it's the time now to do it, I think.
Contingent on finding funding elsewhere,
Yeah.
What's $25,000 percent?
What's 3.99%? How much do we have to play with?
At 25,000 brings to 4.18.
okay.
So 15,000 would be great.
Well, the other thing I was wondering too is, I know they asking for folding picnic tables for maybe on Main or whatever. Maybe we put that off and we put the stage
How much is in
as a
the
priority. There's
folder?
$10,000 there.
10,000.
Yeah.
We start with that 10,000 or whatever, maybe add 5 to it, put it to 15 and start there and see if we can find maybe a funding opportunity. And
And there might be partners that are willing to.
Well, that's the other thing.
To jump in, there's a lot of other places that use stages, and maybe they may be able to partner with us.
So-
We have one in Maxfield?
No, they have the Highland Games
Highland
one.
Games has one.
But it's not that,
That's something you want to be pulling all over.
Yeah.
No.
I remember.
yeah, if you're pulling something, you're gonna want it to be heavy duty. Go ahead, Brian.
They don't want to share, that's the,
No.
Yeah.
whatever. Anyway, a stage that we could pull around would be great, but we don't want a hay wagon, it's something
Yeah.
that's gotta be 24 feet wide and 12 feet anyway, side to side.
Yeah.
It's just a fair sized trailer, but the one that the Kenyan Agricultural Society,
KS.
that's good, that's good enough, and they manage with that, but don't know what the price is on that, but would be nice. There's also, it's not just to have that, you need stairways, and if you're X number of feet off above the ground, you need railings,
Yeah.
and,
Right.
there are added expenses there too, but we sure could use it,
We have enough activities
Shows
that-
on.
Well, just to meet me on Main Street
things and-
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
something that you
You
would
know.
be, go ahead.
To further Councillor Manley's point, I'd go for taking that 10, setting aside, adding another 10 to it, putting it there contingent on finding funding and potentially community partners. If the KS, the games don't want to share what they've got now. if
But they
they're
may
interested in
also want to
contributing
put some money in
something,
to have
exactly, that they would share.
another stage at their event.
And I mean, like you said, we've got other groups, I think Lions mentioned it to us.
Yes.
Yeah.
We know there are other groups out there that are looking for it, and as far as something that the community at large would get good use out of, I'm gonna say this would be something that would be beneficial to add to the fleet.
Okay, so I have a proposal at 10 and, go ahead.
A question with regards to the tables. So what tables were used,
We use the arena tables,
the arena tables?
and we put the chairs.
Okay. And
I think
this,
it works, I mean.
and was there a problem with that you know of?
I don't think there were any problems. I think by moving to a foldable picnic table, it just creates an efficiency with the setup for the events and.
Rather than having to have chairs as well, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Ah, I get it, okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just looked up quickly here, and Showmobile mobile stage, really nice ones with removable tops and sides and everything. They're range about $35,000. That's a trailer with a rail
And a canopy?
Yeah.
Canadian or USD?
Well, yeah.
Just order it. You're on Amazon? Yeah, if it's free delivery? Yeah, you have Prime, yeah. Okay, so I have a proposal at 10 plus 5 or 10 plus 10. So who's good with 10 plus 10?
I'd be good with 10 plus 10.
Okay, good. So add 10. Oh, it's looking like we're off to cut something out of Public Works. Well, if he doesn't smile, then we're gonna cut double. Okay, any other questions on Island Park? Go ahead.
Yeah. That stage could be used at Island Park also.
Yeah, that's why
absolutely.
that's why the Lions Club wants
Canada
it.
Day and all that kind of stuff, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so moving into into the Dome. We have revenues and then expenses on 47. Questions or comments? Nothing? Nothing, Carmen? Jeff, nothing? Okay. Glengarry Sports Palace, revenues on 48 and expenses on 49. Questions or comments? Just make a quick observation that $225,000 revenue for ice rentals is the same as the ice rentals in Maxville as well, which
Yeah.
that hasn't happened in a long time. Jacques, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, on the, never mind, I was still at GSP. Sorry, yeah, good. But on the revenue for the ice rental, that doesn't include up till December 31st, or does it?
I'm looking at the proposed budget.
Okay, but the revenues that are, the
Yeah, no,
actual,
that's right.
I don't believe so, no, but I have to.
Yeah.
okay, so the actuals would
They
be,
should be increased.
okay.
Yeah.
Questions or comments? Go ahead.
So in the expenses, line item 2126,
Bar hall expense?
yeah, the bar hall expense was significantly over budget. Any idea why?
Well, the over budget corresponds with more events.
Right.
So they're on the other side of the,
Okay, so the
yeah, so if you,
revenue should be up as well then? is what-
yeah. Bar receipts went out to the 32,660
okay,
and they're
okay.
budget at 25, so there's an offset to
Yeah.
that. Further questions or comments? Glengarry Memorial Hospital pool. So when I'm looking at this, so it's gonna cost us 44,000 to operate. Is that because we're putting? No, we haven't put any,
Wages.
it's all wages. Go.
Is the Mr. Mayor, yeah, is the revenue, the pool rental, the $25,000 in revenue, where's that come from? From users or?
Yeah.
Okay. And do we get any money from physiotherapist offices and stuff like that? No?
I don't believe so. Any programming that they'd be paying us for would be indicated in the programming line.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because basically all of our costs are wages, so. Yeah. Further questions or comments on it? Seeing none? Done. Easy. Oh, go ahead.
I
Damn
just-
it, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I just noticed And the increase from 38 to 93 in wages for the expenses at the pool.
Because it was just basically not a full year.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay, so that one is done. Fire. Get your red pencils.
That's right. So, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real quickly, just a quick overview of our fire service, as council's well aware, but the fire department continues to provide and build a framework for a fire protection delivery model that promotes an integrated, balanced approach by utilizing 3 lines of defense, which is public fire safety standards, and emergency response. So, as council is aware, we have 3 stations across North Glengarry, in Alexandria, Apple Hill, and Maxville, which is largely supported by our volunteer firefighters. We continue to strive to meet all the goals and implement regulations from the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office while providing recommendations to ensure the township has an effective fire service. Some of our accomplishments in 2024 was our training program. In July 2022, the province enacted a new regulation for firefighter certification. The new certification places a large responsibility on municipalities and their fire services. As a department, we were prepared for the new mandate and requirements and invested in a new training facility and program. Through the 2024, the department hired 10 new recruits where they were enrolled in the program of NFPA Firefighter 1, as well as 18 firefighters were fully certified completing their Firefighter 2 and hazmat operations. Our training facility in 24 also seen an increase in rentals to our neighboring fire departments. The facility has increased, providing the tools to prepare first responders and external organizations for emergency response, specialized job skills, and incident management techniques. The facility has provided North Glengarry Fire Department with the tools to meet the regulated training programs established by the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office. In 2025, our goals will continue to modernize and strive to meet all provincial and national standards. Members will continue to be trained in NFPA standards at our training facility while continuing to strive to ensure members are equipped with the proper health and safety equipment and procedures. Staff will continue to promote North Glengarry's training facility to other fire departments in an effort to increase our revenue within our department. Our fire prevention inspection program will continue to provide fire safety and education programs throughout the township through initiatives guided by the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office. Some of the challenges in 2025 that we foresee is the department has seen a decrease in available firefighters during daytime hours. This is due to a large part of firefighters' employment outside of the township, along with the increased requirements of training certification, incident response, all of which has placed a burden on our firefighters. In 2025, the department will be exploring and implementing changes to our responsibilities, maintenance, and inspections. The department needs to continue to strive to ensure all the maintenance, inspections, and training requirements are continually met to a high standard. Since the enactment of the regulation, firefighter certification, this new certification has placed a large responsibility on our municipality. The department will continue to focus on our training our firefighters as certified as per the new regulation. However, places some burden on our operating training budget. Our fire stations require ongoing repair and maintenance in an effort to meet the health and safety and requirements set out by the province with their cancer causing prevention model. In 24, we did see challenges in our vehicle maintenance, which saw an increase in cost as we continue to strive to make sure that our fleet remains in good condition and NTO standards. We continue to ensure that our fleet is following the proper maintenance, implement to ensure that we remain in good condition and meet all the NFPA standards. So, as indicated, some of our initiatives are a large part that our fire service continues to strive is the emphasis on training and revising and updating our standard operating procedures, as well as ensuring compliance with optimum performance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Just have a couple questions. On facility rentals, is that specifically the fire
training facility. yes.
training facility, at 17,842 this year?
That's correct. Yeah,
And
that was our
why are
first
we
year.
only budgeting 5?
So, again, we didn't want to over, as council's aware, that was our first year. There was an increase. We have some of our partners, departments, we don't know what their budgets are. And so it's very difficult at this time, just having 1 year, knowing if 17,000, we didn't want to overestimate it. We would kind of, that number could move. I did have a discussion with the treasurer regarding this. We didn't want to over budget in terms of seeing what our revenue was going to be. By the second year, we should see a more stable amount. The increase is because other departments, yes, they're having the same struggles as us, however, they're coming to us. We do have a committed from other neighboring departments that they will be continuing to use our training facility, so that's a bonus for us. I think we did, like, the 17,000, I didn't expect it to be that high, but hopefully it'll continue, but our goal is to continue that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of lines on that same table, Chief. Fees from residents, looking at actuals and looking at budget, they're way out of whack. I'm just curious, what are we considering fees from residents?
Yep, so thank you for bringing that up. This number has always been there and has been brought to council in the last budget as well. There's going to be a new updated bylaw for fees to residents that are charged back. In the past, we used to charge back everybody for going to, let's say, car accidents. We would charge the residents for going to there. There was a lot of pushback in terms of that residents are paying taxes for fire service, but then also they get into an accident or whatever the case may be. So I'll be bringing a new bylaw forward in terms of invoicing outside residents. So anybody that we do respond to calls in terms of MVAs within our township, so including 417, that's a whole different type of revenue. So this number should start to table off as we're going to, a new bylaw will be put in place, and we're going to see more revenue from that of trying to equalize our costs going to these MVAs.
Perfect, thank you. And just something to consider, and I do remember us talking about this last year now that you mention it. We wouldn't actually be billing residents, we'd be billing their insurance.
That's right.
But that's a discussion for another time. Just one other question, sale of equipment, we had 20 from 24 and 20 for this year. What's the piece of equipment?
For this year, so this year, some of our fleet, we're making changes. We did a fleet review, so we're actually going to be selling one of our rescues, which was set to be replaced. So instead, we're actually reallocating vehicles, and we're actually going to be removing a vehicle off the fleet.
Okay, did we sell anything last year? Because we don't have any revenue on that one.
No, we don't.
Okay,
No.
okay, good, thank you.
Just a question quickly on, with the addition of the, having the 2 people there during the day, and, we talked about costs, getting a report on cost. Can we also it's possible to get a report on response times?
Sure.
For those, one truck thing? I think that's important, that it's hard to put a dollar figure on response time, so I'd just like to know that.
Yep. Yeah, that's no problem. I'll bring, in 2025, I'll bring a report to council in terms of all the changes that we're going to be implementing, and just to give council a more fulsome overview of what the changes are going to be and so forth, just to kind of capture that. Yeah.
Okay. Questions or comments on the fire budget? Wow, okay. Perfect. Moving on to community, sorry, what? Oh, corporate fleet. Nobody has any questions on community emergency management? It's on 55.
Oh, yeah. Under Community Emergency Management Capital, just wondering what the 132,000 is.
That was budgeted in 2024, and we didn't spend any of it. Page 55, Jacques?
Oh, through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that was the grant that we received for the generator. That was an in and out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
yeah, for the GSP.
Okay. Okay. Corporate fleet. Everybody's favorite subject.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm Public Works, but I'll go across corporate fleet really for the whole township. It's a very light year for corporate fleet. One of the main reasons for that, as everyone's aware, is we're trying to get our Public Works plow fleet up to standard. But we had a very light winter in the winter of 2023-2024, and so far it's been a fairly good winter for us as well. So that has really let us be able, yeah, thank you. So that has really let us be able to take a break this year from trying to get another plow truck, which is very good for the budget. So the only unit we're looking to replace in Public Works is a 3/4 ton foreman's truck with a plow and a salter. And in talking to the Recreation Department, we think a good use, because we have a foreman's truck, 3/4 ton, very good at plowing snow, and we think the best use for this, because it has a high mileage, that's why we need to change it, and we put a lot of mileage on it. We normally use it for plowing Glen Robinson, so we need something that can do that, and we think the best use for it would be to essentially give it to the Parks Department, and then they would be able, because there's not a lot of mileage, they're not driving to Glen Robinson to go and plow there, then they can actually make really good use of that asset. It has a lot of kilometers on it, so we don't think we're going to get a good price for it anyway, and we think the best thing to do would be to work with Parks. So the other portion of that really is, especially on the Public Works side, is looking at some major maintenance items. Since we're getting a lower, since we had a lower winter, it's time to, if we are going to push these pieces of equipment for an extended amount of time, then we have some capital items in there to be able to, so the automatic greasers, there's a flail mower replacement, but there's some major maintenance items for the sidewalk tractor. The plow for the pickup truck is that same pickup truck that we're replacing. Slip-in water tank is moved till next year. And then there's some tractor, major maintenance cycle for the tractor, the Kenyon grader, the tires on it, and the Unit 94, which is our brushing attachment. We need to get new teeth for that. We also have a ice resurfacer and a lawnmower, some trimmers, and then there's the bush fire truck for fire as well.
Okay, questions on fleet? Looks like a pretty good year, so for sure. Seeing none. Proposed budget.
Public Works?
Yep,
Okay.
Public Works. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
We're waiting, they'll let us know. Sorry, go ahead.
If I can just ask, I don't know where to ask this question, so I'm going to ask it now. And this goes back to the community grants program. Which department is responsible for new garbage cans and benches in urban areas?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be our department along, for example, the garbage bins at the walking track out at Lochgarry, along Main Street in Maxville, along Main Street in Alexandria, and scattered in a few other areas. And that would be our beautification operations line item.
Okay. Are there any plans, remember that discussion the chamber wanted new garbage cans.
Right.
Have there been any discussions with regards to getting new garbage cans out? Or at least standardizing them and, because I think what is in, I don't know.
We're short here in Alexandria for
We're
sure.
short in Alexandria. I don't know if any are in either Dalkeith or
Glen Robertson.
Glen Robertson. And I know the ones in Maxville are.
So through you,
First.
sorry, through you, Mr. Matt. So there is another key thing, which is with the blue box regulations changing. In 2026, the producers will be responsible for picking up materials from the community receptacles as well. So there has been some discussion. There isn't anything in this budget at the moment, and there's probably another report to come to council when we get some feedback from the producers on, because we're anticipating that there'll be a way to coordinate with them so that they, and I'm not quite sure if it's, I'm under the impression that there's some money to be had from the producers to buy new receptacles that have, say, contained recycling garbage, in one unit. So that's why we haven't added any new or added anything in this budget to get new ones. The anticipated result would be that in 2026, say this is the money, this is where we've agreed with the producers to be putting them, and this is what we're going to do. I probably think that they are not going to want to put the same amount that we are going to want to put. So, but that's a discussion to be had, and I would say, see if we can hang on for one more year for what we've got, and we can add one more here or there if need be. That's not a huge cost, but if we're going to, do a whole new suite, it's probably best that we do them all at one time, so they're all standardized, and that we coordinate with them so they have the recycling sections in
Right.
there as needed.
Okay. that makes
Okay, yeah,
sense.
that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tim, on that garbage thing, we did discuss prior to this budget that we were going to install some in the south end of Alexandria also. Is that still in the plans, or? Okay, perfect.
Okay, go ahead with the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So overall with I guess I'll just speak overall with the Public Works budget, we have been working a lot with the new treasurer to try and clean up the budget. So you'll see that we moved the communications amounts to the communications person, which is excellent because they're very good at their job. And you'll see bridges, sidewalks, loose top, plowing, salting. We've really gotten rid of a lot of those sort of, I'm going to call them nuisance line items that really just confuse the budget, and really put down there what we use. So you can see that reflected in there. There is a miscode here and there where an older staff member has coded it to general expenses, and that just needs to be corrected. It's like $100 or something like that. So just in case if you see that in there. So you'll see contracted services for bridges, because that's where we use contracted services. It's not something that we do a lot of our own work. Sidewalks, no contracted services, but you'll see materials and supplies, because we do replace our own panels every so often. This year we didn't, but we will in future years. So then I'll move on to roads. So for roads, this is the first year where we're really going to reap our benefits of our program, or probably second year. So for every kilometre of road that we're paving, we're not seeing the monetary benefit in the maintenance life cycle yet, because we've really just done it, but we're really going to see the benefit for man hours. So a lot less man hours of us guys patching holes that are just going to come straight back up again. We moved from, I think we started at 68 kilometres of these roads that we're having to patch all the time. We knocked 13 kilometres off that, so that's a significant portion. 13 kilometres is a lot of man hours. And probably initially we're just going to see that those other roads, we're going to see a lot less complaints because we're able to concentrate our forces. But as we go through, especially once we get to year 3, we should have something in the realm of half of those sort of poor roads replaced with a good quality product that we can crack seal and we can patch and it'll stay there. So that's been a really good result. For this year, we are looking to, in that priority list, as we looked at the roads tour, we're looking for the rest of McCormick Road, upgrading concession 4 between County Road 20 and Dorney, and improving William Street and West Boundary Road in Alexandria. That's all the same type of treatment, so we should get a very good rate. It is pushing the budget to the limit, though, so...
Oh, sorry, question?
Sorry, Tim, just a question. You've got County Road 20 to Dorney for concession 4. Is that the Maxwell Road? Then, so that's a section of concession 4.
My apologies, that's a...
Is that County Road 30?
That's the wrong one. But yes, it's from essentially the Kenyon shop
Okay.
across to
That's what I
20.
thought.
My apologies.
Okay, all right, thanks.
I figured, I was like, wow, they're repaving all the way from County Road 20?
I'm good, but I'm not that good. But that actually will, just that section will push our budget to the limit. So we will, probably the longest section is the concession 4 section. So we'll keep an accounting of it. We'll do one section first, and then we'll move along that road as much as we can, and we'll stop when we have to stop. Sometimes it also goes the other way, and we find that because it's that buttering process that we talked about. So if there's less material for the patching, then you actually have a little bit more money in the pot and you can go a little bit further. So, but we think that's a good section to put as a target, and hopefully we'll get all the way to the end. There's also some money to redo some parking garages, but the concentration really this year for capital works especially is to get our facilities up to standard. So the Kenyon garage and the Laheel garage really need some repairs and some refurbishments so that we've got a good staff facility where we can easily work on the trucks without issues. So that's also in the budget there. We also had a very good year with sidewalks in 2024. So there'll be a report to come to see if we can continue that work. And so we anticipate we should have about 625 linear meters of Alexandria's worst sidewalk sections should be replaced. Maxville's sidewalks are fairly new, so the concentration's in Alexandria. We also have 1/4 of our stormwater sections were cameraed and inspected and rated, but unfortunately, so the money that we'd put aside for it wasn't enough. We'd never done it before, so we were really using sewer inspection amounts to check it out. So we only got 1/4 done. So we're going to do another 1/4 this year, but unfortunately, it was going to be a part 1, part 2. Looks like there'll be a part 3 and part 4. But we'll start another program behind it to go through and start looking at repairing and cleaning out those storm sewers as we go. That is one good thing about those storm sections, is as we go through and cameraing them, we are actually cleaning them out at the same time. So it's not quite the same as the sewer. With the sewer, we're really worried about infiltration. So we're going through, cutting, sealing, making sure we're keeping our sewer capacity. With the stormwater sewer, that's less of a problem. If there's water coming into the storm sewer, hooray, that's a good thing. So, but you still want to maintain that. You want to maintain the integrity of those pipes and make sure that they get cleaned out on a regular basis. So this will be a good move. So that's for roads. Did you want to go through roads and then I'll talk about water?
Yep, so roads, go ahead, Gary.
I was a little disappointed to not see an additional digital speed sign at the manor entrance into the village of Macklin. I was hoping to get a little bit, I don't know what they cost, but if we can get one there, I talked to you yesterday about it, so I don't know if there's a way to wiggle something into the budget or move one around. It would actually, the sign would actually be in Kenyon because my Maxville boundary stopped at the manor, so the sign would be coming into the village.
So that's on a county road?
On the
So-
county road, so it,
So let's maybe, Carmen and I can talk to Ben about that.
I've had a lot of constituents asking me about that, so.
Who, like, the ones on, like, the one coming into town, that's a county, or is that ours?
Through Mr. Mayor, so it's a county road, but it was something that was very needed. So we did do a large purchase of a lot of signs. I think it was in 2022, I believe. That was a decision that was made at the time. So
Yeah, for sure.
we're essentially doing their job for them.
Yeah, is there one that we can move to there?
We can move any. It's we had sort of decided at the time where these ones would go. We can certainly move them around within Maxville, and I'm happy to take direction to move them to wherever we need to. I don't know the count off the top of my head. I apologize, but we have quite a few signs.
I'll talk to the counties and see, I know that we do have some, go ahead.
Yeah, I know there's one coming into Maxville, I believe, like.
Yeah, at the north and south ends.
Yeah, so why don't, is
There's
that
nothing
ours
from the
or-
west.
Those are ours?
Yeah, those are.
Okay, so why don't you move one of those in front of the manor, or before the?
Well, it would, yeah, I like it coming in. I don't-
I would probably move wouldn't you want to move the one coming from, going by Glen Gordon, not Glen Gordon, Centennial Park, that one, because you gotta come around a big curve, so you're probably
Yeah.
gonna slow down anyways. Maybe we move that one over there for now until we get something.
Through Ms. Mayor, yes, that makes
Yeah,
perfect sense.
And even in the future, can we get some road markings or something just to remind people that you're in a village and the speed limit is 30 kilometers or, 50
That would
kilometers or
definitely have to
whatever.
come through the counties.
But that's,
Yeah. Okay.
anyway, just wanted to make that point.
We do, these are all down for the winter, are they not? Yeah, okay.
Okay. Any other questions? We're talking now about the roads. Question on that budget, go ahead.
Just a, question. I can't see it in the budget, but you mentioned in your report, Tim, about weed spraying, that they had sprayed way more weeds than what they were supposed to do or whatever, and it cost us a fair bit more money.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, they, I think they took our previous maps where we had wanted to do a larger portion, and they'd sprayed that. We haven't seen the invoice yet, but if they have done double, then the intention would be to say, well, you
Don't
did
do
last
anything.
year, you did this year's section last year, so, don't touch it this year.
Okay.
I just want to make sure, even if we don't have money, just do it. Carr Street in Maxville. Okay, just double. Okay, sorry. Roads, anything else? It seems it's good. So we will take a break for lunch. Lunch I see is here. And let's come back at 12:30 and let's see if we can knock this out. Okay? Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and we will continue our budget meeting after lunch, and we'll continue with Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So moving on to landfill recycling. Obviously, we had a large change with the blue box system and producer responsibility. So that has now been implemented, and the producers are now picking up the residential recycling for the township of North Glengarry. So you'll notice in the landfill there's some few major changes, which is one of the big ones is that there is no contracted pickup recycling expense, which is great. We did see, you'll also notice that the landfill, the cost of tipping at GFL, I've kept that going at 180,000. The reason is that we're expecting to see an increase in the materials that we get there, depending on how Mterra, which is the producer who's responsible for this area, depending on how they administrate their program, it could cause people to put more into their garbage. We're not sure. It's better to stay on the safe side. We also have increases coming for the general. It increases every year, just the fees for taking material to La Flèche. So
Right.
we have, however, seen a decrease in tonnage just from changing our contractor, because it had been our first year that we switched over to that contractor. We also have a good guaranteed rate from La Flèche with a new contract. So it's that number in future years could go down, but this year is a wait and see year because there's a lot to settle. We have also seen, we're also putting in a larger number for the large item pickup because previously that program we were able to utilize staff from the RARE facility. This time we need to go and hire, outside resources to actually do the large item pickup program. So it's still a very cheap program, but it does cost more. We have seen an uptick in the utilization of the program, so that is good to see. Also in the landfill area, so we were able to, through a partnership with the counties, we're able to get a large portion of landfill cover. So while that doesn't really reflect in our year-over-year budget, there is generally in the landfill reports, we generally record a large liability for having to find this amount of material. So if all of this works out, then it really gets rid of we needed 750,000 to cover the material to get that. So we're not quite sure quite how much we'll be able to get, but we were already able to get a lot from this year. So that's good. I don't have anything else major in landfill. We do have some monitoring well upgrades and some leachate hauling, but that's fairly standard.
Questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Landfill expenses, line 2187, we have 180,000 there in La Flèche waste acceptance fees.
That's just what he
Okay.
discussed about having to put it up just in case with whether there's going to be more garbage going because of the recycling change and also because of fees as well. So
Okay,
it's
so-
just a placeholder.
Okay,
pretty much.
so worst case scenario, we'll put it in reserve next year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Further questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, continue.
So on to water, wastewater. Do you want me to use the presentation?
Sorry.
All good. So for the water distribution, water treatment budget, our major items this year, sorry, I'm just going to use this on my computer.
Page 73 is the start of it, well, the start of the actual budgets.
Okay. There we go. So this year for water distribution, there are some interesting things here. One of the ones is the water tower. So we're doing our maintenance for the water tower this year. So it's using a camera to go up and down and inspect the inside of the water tower. We're also looking into a redundancy design. So the idea behind that is that if we run into a situation where the water tower needs to come down for maintenance, we have somewhere else that we can use as a reservoir. We will be looking into that this year. There's also a larger portion put aside for the Main Street redevelopment project. In talking with the counties, I'm going to try and take a larger role in with them to help push that project along, so we can go and start looking for some grant money. We also are going to, so it's an off year for the water main refurbishment. There is still some money there for the future planning in the next year. We need to finish off the water master plan. There's still some money for process equipment upgrades, various upgrades inside the water treatment plant, and just replacements of pumps as we go along. Continuing with the valve and hydrant replacement program, as we go through, we tend to try and hit a few hydrants every year. The water meter replacement program as well will continue. We're also looking to see if we can change to a better technology with the water meter replacements, because a lot of townships tend to have somebody to go around and read the meter readings as we do. And there's newer technology coming out where you can use Internet of Things to essentially transfer the readings without having a large deployment of a network. So really no change in cost there. It's just going to something that'll be ongoing, because essentially once these water meters start to, once this project concludes, the first ones that we've installed many years ago are starting to run out. So hopefully we can replace those with the new ones and get a better longevity overall. There's also the Glen Robinson's water treatment building extension. This is a carryover from last year. It's one of those projects that was lower on the priority list and we didn't get to, so we're going to try and tackle that this year as well. And there are some SCADA computer control upgrades as well, which as we complete upgrades for new systems, we try and put those in. So that's for water. For wastewater, so for wastewater, we've got a fairly significant sewer relining job that we're going to try and do this year. We're concentrating efforts along the Garry River, the extension to Main Station. So in 2024, we did extensive camera work, and we've really been able to identify some sections that have a large amount of roots and that coming into the sections, and this could be contributing significantly to our water infiltration. So we're going to try and tackle that this year. We did some sections before. I think you'll remember in 2022 we did a large section there. This is along the same piece, but further down towards Main Station. So we're hoping that we can actually really get that entire section complete, so that should really cut out the infiltration along there. It's the sort of thing that we actually found that after we lined that first section a few years ago, we had also cameraed that section down there and found that it wasn't too bad. It looks like sealing the first section has pushed the pressure downstream, so that section downstream has gotten worse. It needed to be lined anyway, but it's interesting. That might be why we're not seeing a decrease in the infiltration numbers, because patching it here has pushed the pressure downstream. So it would be great to get it done. Continuing with the sludge removal from Alexandria, we have some money in there that's really for design at the Alexandria Lagoon. There'll be, if the funding comes in for the new Alexandria Lagoon, we'll have to take a separate report and look at that funding completely separately. That's not, because it will be millions of dollars, it's not inside this budget. And the Maxville Lagoon, we're really looking forward to the conclusion of the study in the spring. which should be what the biologists need to get the approval from the ministry, fingers crossed. And then we've got some major pumping station upgrades. So a portion of this, we really did the bare minimum at Bishop Street. The plan was supposed to be Bishop Street Station. We were going to try and do a major upgrade in 2024. But looking at, as we know from previous reports, there are a lot of options for how we can treat this water. So we just did essentially the bare minimum for the electrical upgrades in 2024 for Bishop Street Pumping Station to make sure that's safe. And we'll hit one of those other big stations this year. Ideally, it would be Bishop first, but if it doesn't look like early on like we're going to be able to figure out a strategy there, we'll switch to another pumping station, which we know need an upgrade. Apart from that, in operating, there's no significant changes to water and wastewater, apart from what plays into the next section, which is that we want to move we're going to move the staff across to the new Public Works building that we take over from RARE, which I can talk about in the next section.
Questions or comments?
Oh. Sorry, I should have given these in a better order. I think we put it in here. What slide number is that on? Roads. That one, thank you. So then one of the major changes was with the RARE plant no longer able to operate under the regulations, was that we're going to, we've called it a public works building, but it's really a building for all township departments to use. So one of the major uses for this building will be storage. We also want to consolidate the public works operations in Alexandria and the waterworks operations both to this facility, which we think will see a lot of benefits because those staff members, the more they see each other and can communicate and cooperate, the more efficiencies we're going to see. We also have loading docks, fenced areas. We're able to move the dog pound facilities over there. And as you've seen on my other reports, we're also going to have storage for spare parts for water, so we're not, waiting with downtime for different pumps and those types of items. For example, when a sewage pump fails, generally the best idea is to have when your sewage pump gets to the its expected life cycle, you don't just go and replace it, you buy another pump and you sit it there ready to be replaced, essentially is our plan. So then when that pump does fail, we take it out and we put the new one in. This is for the smaller pump stations. This is not, main station. This isn't what we want to do, but especially for things like, the pump station right outside the Maxville Manor. It's a very small pump, easy to replace, but it's a long lead time if you don't have that pump ready to go. So this facility will be good for those sorts of things. We are funding this out of the reserves for the RARE building, which we've built up over previous years. One of the major things was the building heating. So if you look back at previous years, when we didn't really know what the best plan was for this building, we weren't repairing the heating system inside RARE because we weren't quite sure what we were going to do. Now we've had a look at all our operations. We think this is a good consolidating move. It should also give us some storage for community organizations as well, which we know is a large need within the community. And so, yeah, we have most of the capital work is to improve the heating building, and then there's some, minor upgrades. I think we've got paint, some fencing repairs, stuff like that. So.
Okay, questions? Nothing? Nothing? That's it? Where are we at?
With the removal of the folding tables and chairs and the addition of portable stage, it's a net increase of $10,000. We're sitting at 3.96%.
Everybody okay with that? What did we go up last year?
I'd have to go back and look, but I believe it was 4.02.
Maybe if, I know Sarah explained it, or Zoe explained it at the beginning of this budget presentation, but the problem with impact never been readjusted, that makes our municipality kind of forced to tax. So
Yep.
I think it's a very acceptable fact, and I'd like to commend Zoe and all her staff for a very documented, very well presented, very simple and good. Thank you.
Yeah, I echo those comments. Thank you, Zoe, for the document. It was, as you said, very straightforward. And to all the department heads, thank you for the hard work that you've put in on your budgets. And Sarah, obviously, I know has got her hands in there the whole time. So I think it's a good team effort. And I don't recall ever going through a budget and making 2 changes. So it's so that's to the staff and for coming in with really good budgets. So let's hopefully we keep to these budgets and we have a good 2025. So thank you, everyone. What do we need from now?
So through Mr. Mayor, so there'll be a report that Zoe will put together for Monday evening with the one change. And we were just speaking over lunch hour as well that Zoe's taken notes, myself, so it's also all obviously on YouTube, and we will put together some information for council of the other discussions we've had around the table today. But certainly there'll be a report to come Monday, and then we'll have an adopted budget.
Okay. Members of council, anything to add? No. All righty. That's great. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Massey. All those in favor? Motion is carried, none opposed. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today, and we'll be back here on Monday night. And Jacob, we forgot about your okay. So, thank you, everyone. Have a good week.